Hey, aloha, kakahiaka kako everyone, and welcome to the convening of the Board of Trustees of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Today is Thursday, February 5th, 2026. I'd like to welcome everyone here. We've got a lot of work to do today, so let's call the roll.
Trustee Ahuna.
Eo.
Trustee Akaka. Eo. Trustee Akina will be joining us shortly. Trustee Alapa. Present. Trustee Galuteria.
Eo.
Trustee Lindsay. Here. Trustee Souza.
Eo.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Present.
Trustee Akina.
Aloha.
And Chair Kahele.
Present.
You have 9 trustees present. You have quorum.
Okay, thank you, Lehua. This meeting can be viewed via live stream on OHA's website at www.oha.org/livestream and also on Olelo TV. For those joining us on Zoom to testify or listen, please note that we're using a webinar platform rather than a standard Zoom meeting format. As an attendee, you'll be able to watch and listen to the proceedings, and if you wish to testify on a specific agenda item, please follow these steps. Please raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to speak. We'll change your status from attendee to panelist when it is your turn. This may take a few seconds, so we appreciate your patience. As a panelist, you have the option to turn on your camera and unmute yourself to provide testimony. Once you have finished testifying, please mute yourself and you'll be returned to attendee status. I'd like to remind everyone to please silence your cell phones as we introduce Keishawn Kikina, our Chief Operations Officer, to introduce the administrative staff that are in attendance. Welcome, Keishawn.
Aloha kakayaka kako. Mahalo nui, Chair, Vice Chair, and Trustees. This morning we have with us in attendance and in support of this meeting from administration, our Interim Administrator, Chief Executive Officer, Summer Silva, our Investment Director and Interim CFO, Ryan Lee, our Budget Chief, Grace Chen, our General Counsel, Everett Ota, our Senior Director of Strategy and Implementation, Elena Farden, our Senior Director of Hawaiian Cultural Affairs, Lāma Farden, our Public Policy Manager, Deja Ostrowski, our Managing Director of Real Estate, Daniel Sandemeyer, our Director of Community Engagement, Lisa Von Secona, our Grants Manager, Chantel Belay, our Director of Communications, Bill Brennan, our IT Systems Engineer and Administrator, Arlene Aguinaldo, and our Strategy Consultant of Housing, Lindsay Kukona Pakele. Mahalo.
Thanks, Keishawn. Also here for the board, we have our Board Secretary, Lehua Itokazu, our Interim Board Chief of Staff, Alina Ayong. We have our Board Counsel, Kapona Kiakona. We have a number of trustee secretaries and aides here, as well as Olelo TV and the staff that are here as well. So thank you everyone for helping prepare our trustees for today's meeting, as well as the administration. The next item on our agenda is status of OHA activities. We have 2 updates, one on the update on the community and status of our brand engagement and our brand engagement positions, basically from our community engagement PAIA, as well as our Malama Honua home improvement renovation program. Before we recognize administration, Lehua, do you have anyone signed up to speak on either of these OHA activities?
No one is signed up for either item.
Okay, Chair now recognizes Lisa Von Secona, our Director of Community Engagement.
Hanahoda. Aloha board, aloha trustees, mahalo for having me here today and for giving me an opportunity to give you an update on the status of community engagement. Before you are 2 handouts. One is just a basic overview, and then the second handout is actually our second quarter report for grants for FY26. These are the list of all open grants during that quarter period. If we can just take it from the top. What we have here in the first section is an update on Hawaiian Registry Program on September 23rd of 2025, this first page here. We updated everything and made our HRP accessible all online. These are the numbers we've generated thus far since September 23rd up until January 31st. We do understand that due to EOLA applicants, we will be expecting an influx shortly of 2,200 new HRP applicants. So we'll be working with those to get those HRP cards out. The next page has a list of our Ola events that will be happening. Ola Ka'i, is a statewide series supported by Kanaeokana, the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, and Ke Kula o Kamehameha. It's hosted during the Mahina Olelo Hawaii month. Ola Ka'i offers a student-led entertainment and storytelling, also make and take stations, which our OHA table is a part of. We offer games, and there's also shopping opportunities there and informational booths. These are the upcoming dates for Ola Ka'i events. We hope you guys are available to come join us at our table. Okay, got you. The next list, item number 3, is our Ho'akoakoa Lahui events that are coming up in the month of February and March. As you can see here, if you look at the last column, it will show opportunities for OHA's engagement, which will include a community engagement table and or OHA trustee speaking opportunities there as well. Item number 4 is the grants report, which is the second handout that you have. For item number 5, our charter school meetings our grants program will be on island, visiting with selected Hawaiian-focused charter schools to support program monitoring, strengthening coordination across departments, and to gain a clear understanding of how funded activities are being implemented at the school level. Below is a list of the different charter school events that will be meetings that we have planned. We welcome trustees' participation. Please work with Lehua with regards to attendance, keeping in mind sunshine laws and not having more than 2 trustees in attendance. The last part of this handout here would be status of update on community engagement vacancies. The first update will be with regards to the community and brand engagement manager position. We are currently in the interviewing process for this role. In 2027, we'll also have a community outreach agent that will be working under the community and brand engagement manager. That job description is pending because I would like to work on it with the manager as well to kind of get that put together. We do have a grants officer position. Interviews have been completed and a recommendation was made for that position. And on the last page, we had a vacant beneficiary services agent position on Maui. The interviews for that position were completed as well, and a recommendation has been made. I'm available if you have any other questions, but I hope this is sufficient update as to what has been going on with the community engagement program.
Trustees, Trustee Kina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Lisa, congratulations to you and your team on the great work, especially last quarter, 4,500 more registrants in the Hawaiian Registry Program.
Thank you.
Do you have the grand total, the total number of people currently registered in the Hawaiian Registry Program?
So in the former iterations of the Hawaiian Registry Program, the cards that they had received had expired. And unfortunately, a lot of those prior iterations of Hawaiian Registry are in different formats. So we have been trying as a side project of ours to kind of extrapolate all that data from there, but it's still in working progress.
So would it be safe to say we have about 4,500 valid registrations
Yes.
right now?
Valid, I'm not too sure about, but 4,500, that number has been given in the past, so that's pretty accurate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you, just before, did Trustee Akaka, you had raised your hand? Okay, Chair, yeah, Emerita.
I just wanted to ask if the list that was structured by Kana'i Olovalu is still in existence. Because I heard you use the word expire.
Yes.
And I thought that we were going to make these registrations forever unless we're notified that they passed away.
Yes.
Because people not going to come in every 2 years or 5 years to register.
Yes, so only for those, for when it was the Hawaiian Registry Program, those cards, my understanding was all the cards had expiration dates on them. But whatever other registries OHA had, those registry files are all still intact. It's just a matter of being able to extrapolate the data from them, because they're much older programs. So I'm working with IT to kind of build the database back up again. But that's why in this new iteration of HRP, we created a completely separate database.
And eventually we're going to incorporate to one big base, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up to that, but any other trustees? Yeah, trustee Galatura?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is like a follow-up to the follow-up. It's about the Native Hawaiian Registry. It's about Kana'i Ola Walu. It's about the Native Hawaiian roll. That's floating around, okay? So what I would suggest, and I'll be happy to coordinate it, Governor Waihe'e has been talking with me because he is still, he still has the role. He still, and what he wants to do is he wants to give it to OHA. And so we need to take a look at some of the legalities of moving names from like the Native Hawaiian role and the Kana'i Ola Walu role. Because you were saying that time has expired for, there's a time limit to this registry? There is a
So our
time limit?
Hawaiian Registry program, the new iteration of it, the cards do not expire. But in prior versions of the Hawaiian Registry, there was an expiration date on the cards.
Oh, really?
So humbug.
Yeah. So,
Gotta get
so
rid
to,
of that.
to try and help streamline and simplify the process, we removed the expiration date.
Okay, okay. A sidebar, I would like to put you in touch with Governor Waihe'e.
Thank you.
Okay.
I thought Governor gave that list to Kamana'o.
Trustee Huna?
Okay. I just wanted to add, in one of our sessions, our military land lease sessions, one of the beneficiaries actually spoke to us and wanted to make sure that we made sure that the people, our beneficiaries, understand that this is not a road to register for any FedRec or anything like that. So that was the only confusion that they're having, and we just wanted to make sure that this is not for any registration or any road. So when we use any existing road, we use intent just to register. But I just wanted to say, thank you for all these updates. Kind of like, this is a great update, and I mean, it helps us a lot, especially the island trustees. So, thank you so much.
And thank you, trustee, for making that distinction. We do get that question a lot in community as well, and concerns from community members that what is the purpose of the Hawaiian Registry program? So thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Trustee Kaka?
Mahalo. Just a bit of history here since we're talking about the Hawaiian Registry Program. I had mentioned it when we were acknowledging Trustee Rowan Akana, but I also want to acknowledge again that it was through her work that we have this program in existence. Mahalo.
Thanks, Trustee Kaka. So I just want to follow up on Trustee Akina's original question. So what is presented in front of us, the board today, is the registry program update since September 23rd, when we shifted to a new online mechanism. And since September 23rd, we have 4,483 approved applicants that have received their Hawaiian registry card.
That's correct.
But prior to that, there were thousands
Yes.
that have Hawaiian registry cards. Some of them approved 5 years before, which would technically be expired, that would need to receive a new card, or at least be engaged by OHA to receive a new card. Now we've gone away with the 5-year limit. So if once you're registered, like Kamehameha, you are in for life, right? But people that registered between today and 5 years ago, their cards are still valid. So we don't have 4,500 or 5,000 people in our registry. We should have thousands in our registry. So I think that would be a good number. I think to answer Trustee Kina's question, if you don't have to have it right now, though we should be able to find that answer in about 30 seconds on whatever online platform we have, right? That you would have access to
Yeah.
as, restricted, since it is confidential information. So maybe at some point, if you can get back to Trustee Akina on the exact number that we
Yes.
have. And I think that's just what I wanted to clarify for that. Does that help, Trustee Akina?
Thank you, Chair. Yes,
Yeah.
that's the number I believe many of us are interested in.
And I think in the past, we have tossed around somewhere between 30 to 40,000 people on our Hawaiian Registry program, at least previously.
Yeah.
And obviously, we've seen a huge influx in applicants given the EOLA program and other more robust ways that we're doing for community engagement to get the cards out. So anyway, Chair Merida?
I just want to make a comment that knowing the number is so critical for our advocacy. So they know we're talking about a big number of people, in Hawaii, not just 5,000,
Sure. Maybe another thought is adding the current count to our Kawaiola, right? Make that number known. Having a strategic way to go back to people who have registered prior, who we know that they have expired cards, and sending them a mailer or doing something proactive, right? Let's go to our people rather than them coming to us for the HRP card. And I'm sure, Lisa, as you well know, this is a big issue for us, and we'd be happy to dedicate the type of resources you might need for a robust outreach effort. If you brought a valid, flushed out proposal to us that we think is good, that may also include these other historical lists like Kauinoa, Kanai'olowalu, and whatnot. So
Yeah.
strength is in numbers,
Sure.
and that's important. Trustee
Also,
Lautner?
if we can find a way, I'm requesting this, to piece together every registrant with the district that they vote in, so that we can go back to the legislature eventually and say, we got Native Hawaiians vote in your district, and this is how many vote. It's a part of becoming more robust politically. And it's election year. So everybody's going to be looking for votes.
Well, and if you look at so what is one list that we currently have? We have 70,000, Bill, that receive our Kawaiola. Now, not all of them may be Kanaka, but I bet a lot of them are. So we should definitely be engaging the people on that list. We have beneficiaries that have signed up to receive our board packets and information through the mail, and we mail out every month about 60. So that's another list. So how are we going after all these different lists we have and centralizing that into the Hawaiian Registry program, given that there is no expiration date now for the program? So I think that's, Lisa, what we're looking for.
Thank you for mentioning the Kawaiola list. I would think that list would be more accurate than the list we have for the Hawaiian Registry program, because we don't know whether or not the applicant is still alive. We definitely don't know whether or not they still are at the address that was provided when they first applied. And a lot of these, this program was started in early 2000. Looking for, I believe it's 2000. The program was started. So a lot of our information is significantly outdated. And the only way we know if someone had passed away is if a family member calls us, and then we notate it on the lists that we have. But yeah, I would think Bill's list would be more up to date and accurate with regards to at least mailing addresses.
Trustee,
Yeah, every year when your kids go to school, they have to fill out these federal cards, information. And I think we should have one for our charter schools, but it's not a federal card. It's like a registry card, but it gives you information about parents. But just to have this type of information that we're all talking about is a great opportunity for us to make better decisions. So I just wanted to make sure that that's a big community, our charter schools, and to have these federal survey cards or whatever out for every student in the school, I think would be a great reach too.
yeah. We know this is a heavy lift.
Yeah.
You're talking potentially over 100,000 names that exist if you combine these various different lists over the years, including what we currently have. So I'm not sure if your team has the internal bandwidth and capacity to do that. And so we're looking for solutions. And that may mean using a third-party vendor or a contractor to help us synthesize this information and really get us a good list, or not. Maybe we can do it in-house. But I think if you bring a proposal, the admin brings a proposal to the board for consideration, then we can talk about that. Chair Merida?
I think critically, we should include all the emails of our people, because staff should just email blast instead of worrying about mailing out different addresses, you know. So, yeah, I think that's important to lessen the workload.
Okay. Great to see the charter school meetings happening. Thank you for that list, and I'm assuming you would encourage or welcome any trustee that would want to accompany the team to attend any one of these, yeah?
We only ask that coordination happen with Lehua and the team, BOT suite team, just to make sure there's no issues with sunshine law.
Sure, yeah. Okay, and then I know we had advertised for quite some time, the community and brand engagement manager position. It looks like we're doing interviews. Do we
Yes.
have a pool of candidates?
Yes, we do.
That's great. You know, in the absence of this position being filled over the last 6 months, I just want to thank you and your team for being out in community when we have events. You know, when the Onipa'a March happened on Saturday, Lisa was there as the manager of the team, sitting right next to the other staff there in Iolani Palace for hours, holding it down. And so we really appreciate that time. We know that you know, your work extends far beyond the normal Monday through Friday work week, and we sincerely appreciate that and are looking forward to this position coming on to help, you know, give you a break sometimes. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Well, I gotta say, being a community fills my cup, so it's a labor of love.
awesome, right on. Okay, anything else, trustees, on this? If not, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the update on the Malama Honua Home Improvement Renovation Program. And we're gonna welcome Elena Farden, our Senior Director of Strategy and Implementation, along with Lindsay Kukona-Pakele, Strategy Consultant for Housing, Infrastructure, and Sustainability, as well as Chantel, our Grants Manager, to give us an update on this exciting program. Aloha.
Okay, there we go. I have a loud voice anyway, former teacher here. I believe everyone has their informational packets, and I see Trustee Waihe'e is online. I sent it to his staff, and they acknowledge receipt, so he has it as well. So my name is Lindsay Kukona-Pakele. I'm our housing strategy consultant, and here with me, as you said, Elena Farden, as well as Chantel. I will be leading this presentation today, but for the grants-related processes, we're going to have Kapua switch in, because she knows more about that. That's not my expertise. And then Elena to be here as support for any clarifying questions. So just in terms of what you have in your packet is a copy of the PowerPoint presentation I will be doing. Secondly is, the press release that Bill's comms team put out on Friday for us, as well as the very hefty 85-page solicitation. So that went live on Sunday, February 1. So that's going to be your source documents today to help kind of guide us through this presentation. So title of the presentation, Lāma Honua Home Improvement / Renovation Grant Program Update to BOT. S&I and grants will be presenting to you today. And sorry, I forgot to say aloha, Chair Kahele, aloha trustees, aloha OHA admin and BOT staff, and of course our community members. So very proud and honored to be here today to present on this very exciting program that we've worked really hard on for almost, I'd say, over a year. I've only been here since last December. And we're really proud of what we have today. So walking through the next slide, I think it's really important to ground the work that we've done in all the many hands and the minds and the people that have supported. So these are people who helped with program development, grant solicitation review, and program rowboat. So we're saying mahalo to our CEO, Stacey Ferreira, Trustee Alapa, who are champions during the budget briefings for this program, all the trustees who supported the program, our community partners who we consulted with to get that great information on people already in this home repair space. S&I, special shout out to Kuike, Elena, Rain. Our housing team is small, it's me, and we have part-time interim directors. So it's a big lift for a small team, but we're small but mighty. The grants team, Kapua and your team have done wonderful. This was the first experience doing a joint S&I and grants grant, and it was wonderful working with them. R&E, they really worked with us for the data points and our PMTs. So the question is often asked of us, what are the impacts of OHA's funding? And Working with Arnie, we have those data tables so that when we finally do select a grantee, they'll have the ability to do a simple survey at the end when they do a walkthrough with the homeowner, take the pictures, ask how they're doing, and then do a simple survey that will be consistent across all the participants so that beautiful, rich data will come back to us. Corp Counsel, thank you for reviewing in terms of legal. And Interim CEO Summer Silva, we really, really appreciate your hard-hitting questions about sort of why we chose a nonprofit administered model versus something like a direct grant program to beneficiaries. So that was really important. Bill, your comms team have been wonderful, and I'll show this slide of all the things they put out. And of course, community engagement. We had a informational briefing with them on Monday because they have already started to receive calls from our beneficiaries who are wondering about the program. So, and then anyone else who's had a hand in this and supported us, we mahalo you. Okay, next slide. Okay, so if all you remember, these are really tiny slides. So this was the budget after the final votes on January 30th for Malama Honua. So this is the big version. Sorry. But that's FY 26 and 27. That shows both the description of what this program is supposed to do, which is a home improvement renovation program facilitated by a third party, as well as proviso language, which was to confer with the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, which we did with Trustee Alapa, as well as ask DHHLs to support our program. I would say we've had ongoing conversations. Those conversations continue to move forward. So we actually are going to plan a conversation with the NAHASDA program manager, hopefully in the next few weeks, to talk through whether there's a potential match. So those are ongoing conversations. We spoke to her back in September. And so I say, like, technically this program will take a little bit while to get the final grantee, right? So in that way, maybe there's not funding right now, but there could be in the future. But we're going to have those ongoing conversations with DHHL. Okay, next slide. All right, so speaking of comms and grants. So the images you see here is how this program has been advertised by our OHA teams to get out the word. So on the left side, that's the grants website, currently has a description of the program, as well as a copy of the solicitation as of Feb 1. That's OHA press release that you folks have in your packet. That is a grant evaluator ad that appeared in the February Kawai Ola. This was the email blast that Kelly sent on Friday, as well as that's an example of a social media post inviting our community to participate in our grant webinar, which we did on Tuesday. Next slide. The next slide is, I'm probably making a face in here, but the next slide is a screenshot of our Zoom meeting that was really successful. 65 people registered, 31 attendees, including people from community, people from other nonprofits, and we're hopeful that people from other agencies that could apply for this program. And we currently are working on putting the recording of that Zoom webinar as well as the PowerPoint on the grants website. And then I also made a request to Bill to also put it on our quality housing website with a solicitation so that our people, if they just Google Malama Honua, will see it in 2 places. Okay. All right, so now, by the way, all of this information was captured in the action item from October 1 that you all approved. So both in BF committee as well as the BOT meeting a couple weeks later. But we did want to highlight some main aspects of this program, just so if anyone doesn't remember. So this is a pilot grant program. So it's ultimately going to benefit Native Hawaiian homeowners. In terms of who we're targeting, these would be income qualified Native Hawaiian homeowners ineligible for traditional financing. This is a grant. We want to make sure that it's going to our most vulnerable in our community and those who can't get other traditional financing like loans. The purpose is to fund urgent health and safety repairs to ensure home habitability, and the model will be an OHA-funded grant administered via nonprofit partners. So after selection, but through the neutral grants process and then by you folks, that nonprofit partner will then administer those grants directly to our beneficiaries who do have to apply and qualify. And now, just for although we're calling it a grant, The monies will be managed by the nonprofit, and so everyone will have access to a budget. No monies will be given directly to people because there's very important tax implications as well as public benefit implications. So everyone will have a project budget, but because it's a third party with home repair experience, they'll coordinate all that. We don't have our beneficiaries dealing with contractors, dealing with all these things. We're having the nonprofit partner take upon that kuleana so that they get the benefit of that funding, but they don't have the stress. In terms of strategic impact, the two main ones are keeping our beneficiaries safely in their homes. And then in terms of alignment with MIMO, these will address goals for housing stability, economic security, and health outcomes for our people. And then key dates and info, and then within the grant solicitation, there's a really nice table. You can see it later when you pass through, but the main kind of dates is that the solicitation did open to the public on, I believe, the morning of February 1, so this past Sunday. The next kind of step is the online access to letter of interest. So that's going to open on February 20th, and then that one would close on March 6th. So interested applicants have to get through that first phase of letter of interest and meet kind of those requirements before they can actually have access to the full application. And then in terms of when the application closes, for those who do pass the LOI phase, that would be March 27th. So those are some key dates. Okay, our why. This sort of highlights the reasons that we as S&I Housing thought that this program would benefit our beneficiaries. So we identified service gaps, talking to the Hawaii Habitats, talking to DHHL, talking to Ho'olehua Homesteaders Association. They confirmed a critical need for structured support systems to help homeowners maintain habitability. It's not just about giving grants, it's about supporting them through the process of home repairs, which is really, really hard. There's urgent infrastructure needs. Many of our Native Hawaiian communities occupy some of the oldest housing stock in the state, right? But they also happen to have some income limitations, some credit limitations that make a program like this so very vital. And then in terms of those financial barriers, traditional financing is often not accessible for income limited beneficiaries facing credit challenges. And then just in terms of scarce resources, although programs exist like Habitats, like DHHL, like Ho'olehua Homesteaders Association, those resources are very scarce. And so there's not enough funding for the amount of need. And then in terms of why we went through, or why we wanted to choose a nonprofit partner model, reduce homeowner burden. I've already spoken to that, but the nonprofit will manage the technical complexities of the contractor selection, scheduling, and quality oversight. There's also financial safeguards. This prevents unintended harm to our beneficiaries if they get direct cash payments. That could trigger tax issues as well as jeopardize their eligibility for public benefits, which I believe the EOLA program as well was very sensitive to. And then just in terms of operational excellence, we're looking for an expert in the field who's already been doing this for a really long time so that they can use their networks and their frameworks to ensure that these projects are done to completion, and they also do that data collection at the end. And in addition, these folks do income verification, they do the project scoping and things like that. So we really want those experts to be the ones to apply for a program. And just in terms of sensitivity, the populations who we believe who will be applying for our grant programs are going to be already experiencing many life challenges. Having a home industry repair, as many of our people know, is so difficult. So we want a nonprofit who's worked with vulnerable populations, who worked with limited income individuals, people with disabilities, or kupuna, and many of these nonprofits have extensive amount of experience. And just to share a story, I talked to a representative from Habitat Maui, and she shared with me that if they find that a person has applied, but they're taking a really long time on their application, they'll go to their homes and they'll help them. And they'll also connect them with services if they, let's say, they're behind on taxes or mortgage payments. They will connect them with other nonprofits who will have available resources to do that. So we're also asking our nonprofit partner to have those connections. Okay, next slide. And then, so that's about the nonprofit. Now we're focusing on the actual people who can receive that project funding. So in terms of the eligibility criteria, so this will be facilitated by the nonprofit, but in our scope, of the solicitation, we're putting in that this is what we want. So they have to be Native Hawaiian, and they must register for our Hawaiian Registries Program. That is very important because the funding amounts are quite large, but also we want to make sure that if people do participate in our funding programs, they are members of our Hawaiian Registry Program. And that's also consistent with what we've seen in terms of the financial assistance programs we've done thus far. So that's a really important part of it. And that is where our community engagement, our BSAs, will come in and be very important. But I presume the process may work similar to what we do for OHA, right? Where the nonprofit is handling the other verification, but our teams are here to make sure that we can help our people through so that they meet that eligibility criteria. They need to be a homeowner occupant and provide property ownership verification. They have to be current on mortgage and utility payments. Like I said, we hope a nonprofit that we work with could assist applicants if they're behind on such things, find that appropriate funding stream and that appropriate nonprofit. They do need to be current or on a payment plan for property taxes. They have to have homeowners insurance. The repairs must be on the approved list, which I'm going to talk about next, and they have to show proof of income up to 80% AMI. This is within the standards for both the NAHASA program with DHHL as well as Habitat. So we wanted to make sure that we didn't kind of prevent other orgs who have standards and missions from participating. So that's why, but I also think it's appropriate within thinking through who's the most income limited. That seems to be an appropriate band. And I'll answer this question later, but the AMI will be for household. It's not just the homeowner, so it's an entire household, and that's within the common practice of these other organizations. And then just to confirm, these are critical health and safety. These are not cosmetic, and they're not elective renovations. And in terms of the tiered grant awards, having talked to the different programs and seeing the range of kind of project funding bands, we wanted to take a stand and offer a little bit more funding than some do because of this idea of we really want to do critical health and safety repairs. However, that doesn't mean that smaller project budgets can't be allowed. That's fine. It's an up to $10,000 for minor/safety repairs. So it could be grab bars, plumbing fixes, accessibility, and then up to $20K for those critical systems, those bathrooms, those kitchens, electrical, HVAC, septic. And then, like I said, if people come in with smaller projects, that's fine. But we also want to make sure that we offer sufficient funding for those who have a little bit more serious repairs. And the feedback from DHHL and some of the habitats was that, you know, even 100,000 isn't enough, but it gets you somewhere. So that's why we chose. Eligible repair types, I'm not going to go through everything, but I'll just go through the main themes highlighted in the graphic is things that address structural integrity, moisture control, mold and environmental hazard, plumbing, water, and waste systems, electrical, fire, and life safety systems, heating, cooling, and indoor air quality, kitchen and bathroom health and safety, accessibility and mobility safety, pest and infestation remediation. Of course, these projects will be case by case, right? The nonprofit will work in conjunction with the homeowner to determine the scope, and what was shared with me is that sometimes homeowners think that one thing is the most critical, and then the expert, the inspector and or the construction person comes in and say, actually, would you be willing for us to do this? Because this is more kind of oriented towards health and safety, but it's an agreement, right? Okay, this is Chantel. Go ahead. I will step out, and then I'll come back. Sorry.
So, Chair, while she's getting ready, although we will be starting in Molokai, this program is going to be available statewide, right?
I'm sure, but we can ask those questions when they're done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, wait, finish your presentation, then we'll do questions. Otherwise, Q&A will just keep on running. Yeah, Chantel.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to run through this slide, but I also want to mention that we are working with BNF Chair Waihe'e to schedule a overview and training for the BOT so that you understand our current process, but also we would really appreciate feedback on the process and ways that we can improve it as well. So for this, we are in the second box, solicitation, orientations, applicant support. So as Lindsay said, we had a Zoom with beneficiaries earlier this week, and also briefed our BSAs. The LOI will open later this month, and that is simply for the organizations to confirm their nonprofit status, provide their certificate of compliance so that we know they're able to do business within the state of Hawaii, and also their organizational documents, who their board is, their admin team, so that we can anticipate any conflicts with evaluators or the BOT, and lastly, their MIMO alignment with us. Once they're through the LOI, and I will say that if in the team's review, if we see any mistakes or something missing, we do let them come back. So we let them know these are the issues we're seeing with the LOI. Please correct those and resubmit. So it's not a rejection at that point. But should they pass through the LOI stage, then they receive access to the application, which is much longer and goes deeper into their qualifications and also the project itself. How are they going to meet the needs of the solicitation? Once those are complete and accepted, we move into the third-party evaluation, and we're going to touch on in a later slide about our call out for evaluators. And again, this is so that it's a very transparent process, but also with this specific grant, we are looking for subject matter experts that can assist OHA in selecting the very best applicants. Once we're through the evaluation period, we put together the recommendation and bring it to the board for your discussion and final selection. After selection is done, then it's assigned to a grants officer. This again is a partnership with housing. So together with housing, we'll be working with the selected applicants on contracts, and then after that, the monitoring and follow-ups necessary throughout the life of the grant. Yep, next slide. Let's see. Okay, so this is the solicitation timeline. February 1st on Sunday, we had it posted, and the LOI will open on February 20th. There is a gap between the solicitation and the LOI, and we use this time period to answer questions from interested organizations. We had the Zoom, and then we also get calls to our grants department, and we also get a lot of emails. So we use this time to really answer those questions, and then also develop like an FAQ that can also be posted on our website. Letter of interest deadline is March 6th, and then of course, once they pass that section, they get access to the application. Applications will close on the March 27th, and then we go into the evaluation period, the review and recommendation with the board, notification, contracting, and commencement of activities. Okay, next slide. So this is the ad that we worked with comms to put out. And so we use this opportunity to look for evaluators for Malama Honua and for our CIP program. Both of these do seek very experienced individuals to help us with our evaluation process. So here you can see some of the requirements that we are looking for, not limited to, but that we are looking for. So for CIP, experience with CIP, state-funded projects, backgrounds in construction management, architecture, engineering, ability to evaluate budgets, financial documents, project readiness and feasibility, and for Malama Honua, experience, of course, with home construction renovations, project management, knowledge of housing issues and challenges here in Hawaii, and familiarity with the nonprofit housing support landscape. Okay, hi, I'm back. And I'm sorry, not Auntie. I know you guys Auntie Hulu, but Chair Merida Lindsay. One of the Q&As will answer your question, but from our Zoom we had really great questions, and then I think there are 8 points that came up that are actually really good for us to highlight, and these will actually be reflected probably in the Q&A that we develop. Total funds available for the program for the pilot. Remember, it's a pilot. The first year, FY26 is $250,000, and then for FY27 we're doubling it, so it's $500,000 is available. Total funds available to each qualified homeowner participant is up to 10 to 20K, but it can be smaller, as we said. Target beneficiary income and variation by county, it's up to 80% area median income for the whole household. That's really important. Someone did ask, oh, can it just be the homeowner? No. The premise is if you have household members, they should be contributed to the total income, and that's also aligned with the processes from other organizations. Will the funds be distributed by island? It really depends on what happens during the grant solicitation process, because the neutral process will occur and then you folks will select. I want to highlight the amount of money that was available for the last open housing grant. So that was 2024 was the last time there was an open community grant for housing. The amount of range and funding available then was $750,000 to $1.5 million. So in that way, they had a much broader scope of funding than this pilot program. We think the pilot's good. We can do a lot of learnings, and then from there move forward and make decisions, or you folks are the decision makers, make suggestions about what we think funding for future things could do. But I also want to highlight, for the past 10 years, I analyzed the housing grant funding allocations. Some of them were statewide, like OHA, for example, 1.5 million. They promised to be statewide, but for 2025, for example, 2 Waimanalo-based organizations were given about $500,000 each to do work in Waimanalo. So it's within the practice of the community grants framework that sometimes certain communities get the grants after the competitive process, and then sometimes the organization who have those necessary frameworks are able to do the bigger statewide projects, and usually with a lot more funding. So I think that's a great question, and I think it sort of answers that. But it all depends. So you folks will be making your decisions in June about what happens, but that doesn't mean that for next FY27 or the FYs that follow that more funding couldn't allow for broader distribution. We just won't know, you know, but that's kind of why. And the next one is whether OHA beneficiaries can apply to the program at this time. No. Speaking of what Kapua spoke to, a question was referred to me from grants from a person saying, I live in Waimanalo, we have a critical home repair in our kitchen, we understand OHA is not giving out its money now, what can I do? So I worked with the grants team and I gave the referral to both DHL Nahaza, if it is, you know, a DHL property, and our Honolulu habitat, because they have done home repair projects there. So in that way, I'm hoping that when these questions come in from community, that our expertise can also refer people right now to programs that are in existence, are receiving applications, until ours is good to go. So that was a good question. And then whether there's a preset list of eligible vendors/contractors, the answer to that is no. That's actually kind of in reference to the Nahaza program that has a Davis-Bacon wage requirement. We don't have that here. This will make it a lot easier, I think, to get contractors to work with us. And we also don't have a mandatory environmental assessment. In speaking to the Nahaza person, that means that applications often take over a year to be processed. So that's why there is some lag in the Nahaza program. We don't have those limitations. This program is open to both DHL and fee simple properties. We didn't want to cap a limit. And then what I've seen is, at least for the habitats, let's say Leeward Habitat, they have kind of an agreement or contract to do all of the not hasta repairs for Nanakuli, or West Side really. And then I know Honolulu Habitat has done Papakolea as well as Waimanalo home build. So I believe the agreement is either contract, MOU, something like that, where on their side, DHL does the verification, and then they send the projects to the habitats to then use whatever project funding is to do the repair. So that's a model we've seen. And then whether the program will help an applicant if they're behind on mortgage, payments, property taxes, et cetera. I referred to this earlier. It depends on the program, but a lot of them really do those wonderful referrals, and they work with the applicants to get them in compliance so that they can use the program. Okay, awesome. And then in terms of decisions for you folks at this point, none at this time. June will be a really important time for you folks to look at what the grants produces in terms of the applications, the scoring, and then make that really critical decision of which organization or organizations to support. So that's your next thing. And then in terms of updates for our next progress report for next month, we should have data on the following points and maybe even more things, but I believe we're gonna have information about how many applicants got through the letter of interest phase, so how many people can go through phase 2. The number of qualified applicants at the end of the application phase. I believe we're gonna hold our update probably till the end of the month, just so that we know kind of at close how many applications are still in there. the number of selected grant evaluators and the completion of training, because, you know, we do want really good evaluators to move both our CIP and Malama Honua grants forward, as well as updates on additional community meetings. I was asked by the SHA to present at their meetings, and I'm happy to do so. And then internally, we're also been speaking about whether maybe doing another Zoom or community presentation, because we do have budget for it, could be something, but we're really happy to engage with community. And that, other than that, any questions? And just thank you for your time. I know you guys have a very busy schedule today, but we really did want to share about the work we've done and yeah, give you an update.
Thank you, Chair Marta.
I want to thank our administration. I'm so impressed with the outline of this program. A question I have is, from your timing in your presentation, it doesn't seem like anything is going to move in this fiscal year. So are we able to transfer the $250,000 to join the $500,000 so that we're looking at $750,000?
I don't know about the technicalities of that. I think that's a grace question, but we are currently working on the budget realignment so that any funding can move. And then just as a reminder for grants, they are within like increments, right? So the grantee is not going to get the full thing up front, right? They have to meet like quarterly reporting requirements. So in that way, the first tranche of money is going to go to them. So, but yes, Chair Matter, we are working with Grace on that to make sure that the monies can move forward. And there was a little bit of a delay in kind of when we anticipated. First, we thought maybe November, then December, but just given the amount of review, I think we probably did 8 to 10 layers of review, as well as consultation of that. So that's why it took more time. But good
Thank you.
question. Mahalo.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Chair. Is there any provisions made for the contractors or eligible vendors to be Native Hawaiian?
No, not within the scope of our solicitation. We want to kind of leave that up to the discretion of whoever the grantee will be, because the models I've seen is like some programs have either internal staff and then they will work with certain contractors or, you know, volunteers. So it's kind of up to them. And because we are not experts on how to do a home repair program, we let that up to their discretion. But we also didn't want to limit the ability of folks to deliver good, fast work. And that's why. But you know what? I would say it, just by kind of maybe who's in the construction field, they do happen to work with a lot of Native Hawaiian contractors anyway. But it's not a requirement that we put in
Okay,
here.
thank you.
Yeah.
Trustee Kaka.
Thank you so much for your folks' work on this, and it's so good to hear some of these updates. And with the updates that we're receiving here, I'm seeing some of the repairs could include repairs such as grab bars and so forth. And I believe the intent of this was to help those are the most vulnerable in our communities. And when I think about the most vulnerable, whether it's their mobility, and oftentimes they're of the kupuna age range. So when I see that there needs to be proof of income up to 80% AMI. So if they do not make that percentage number or above, what would be the response, and are there resources or entities that they are then directed to that make sense to then
Yeah.
kokua them?
Up to 80% means that they could go lower. What I've heard from Habitat, just so that they actually have income, it's usually a 30 to 80% ban, and they do prioritize those in the 30% more than the 80%. So in that way, it can be much lower than 80. 80 is the cap. We don't want
Right.
folks applying who are
I'm
over.
sorry, let me rephrase it. So if there are those that they would find it very, very difficult to be able to
Yeah.
contribute back to what is needed in their lifetime,
Yeah.
what is the solution?
I think similar to the referrals to other organizations to help with other aspects of the application requirements, I think the organizations could do that. But I think there's also, just in general, from like a nonprofit kind of management standpoint, like they have to have a certain income band, so.
Yeah.
In that way, I didn't ask that question of our consulting partners, but I'm happy to follow up, but I'm not quite sure.
I'm thinking, and perhaps you folks are already having conversations of this, if there can be a list or a short list of entities that could perhaps be aware of these applicants if the applicant is open to sharing that information in avenues in which there could be some type of, I don't know if the word is collaboration, but an avenue to direct them to, so they're not just turned away, but there is some type of resource that they can look to.
Awesome, and that's a really great point, and thank you for that comment. And then, yeah, it's quite possible that they already do that and or know of those resources, so great idea.
Thank you.
Trustees, questions? Okay, I have questions, but go ahead, Trustee Aquino, then I'll follow you.
Thank you, Chair. Great program, as everyone has said, and what a wonderful opportunity to meet the needs of our beneficiaries. Are we looking for multiple third-party partners to administer the program, perhaps on different islands and so forth, or are we actually looking for just one?
This is a question that was asked during the Zoom, and I want to be very careful with my words because I think what I said during the Zoom was misinterpreted. So I think that per the competitive grants process, the best applicant or applicants will be selected, but I also think that we have to be realistic about what is possible with an initial $250,000 budget. So that being said, I'm not quite sure if multiple nonprofits could even successfully operate a program. Let's say if there was 3 divided by 250, they each got 50. I think it would maybe be difficult. And so in that way, just given my opinion, and I'm not a predictor of the future, I think in that way, and given the band that's usually allowed for in our community grants, my guess would be that people would be asking for the max, which is up to $250K budget. So that's just a guess. And I don't know if you want to jump in.
No, I would agree with that assessment. I think the discussion on if we rolled the 250 over to combine with the 500,000 would possibly open it up to more than one selectee. But those are conversations that would need to be had.
Okay, I have questions. First of all, I appreciate your presentation and the work and thought that's put into it. So don't take my critiques of your presentation the wrong way, because I think part of being good, prudent fiduciaries is that we ask and get answers to tough questions on how we're going to roll out various different programs. So I have several, but we'll start with, I'm trying to understand why a program that's really a small amount of money, right, 250,000 and 500,000. Why are we creating a bureaucratic process to expend these funds when the point is to get it out into the hands of our lahui as fast as possible, who most desperately need these monies? Why are we going a third-party contractor route, which this board did not approve? We gave the option to potentially utilize a third party. It wasn't a shall use a third party. Why are we using outside third-party evaluators to vet the program? It's $250,000, $20,000 per maximum award. We're talking 13 families. Why can't we get this out faster using the internal processes we do? We award $15,000 Huako co-sponsorships. How much is the administrative cost for a nonprofit? What are the conflicts of interest? Why do we simultaneously publish and a solicitation for volunteers in our Kawai Ola while also putting out the RFP for a nonprofit? To me, that crosses the lines with potential conflicts of interest. If I'm a evaluator or if I'm a applying applicant, I want to know, or a nonprofit, I want to know who's on the evaluation team. I guess my point is, why can't we do this in-house? Why can't we move money to our beneficiaries as quick as possible? I don't want to wait until fiscal year 27 to expend fiscal year 26 money. And so I think that we need to reevaluate how we're going to execute this quicker than what you're currently proposing.
Well, we don't want them to use the money for anything else.
Well, we have to have strict, we give hundreds of thousands of dollars to our Hawaiian-focused charter schools. We're sending out staff on a quarterly basis to review that. We award almost $1 million to Hoa Koa sponsorships, and we do our best to ensure that that money is used appropriately. We're talking a $20,000 roof repair, or someone who wants to convert from a cesspool to a septic system, or using, I just don't understand why we're creating a bureaucratic process. We're potentially inviting conflicts of interest when we can get this money out as quick as possible, and it's not a big sum of money. So that's kind of my overall critique of where we are. And this is February when we're talking about this. We approved this 1 July. Why is it taking this long to get to this point? I mean, there potentially could be tax implications, but we're also improving the value of someone's home and helping people who are struggling. I mean, people have holes in their roof, they have tarpaulins in Panaeva, mold in their house, so. Well, we haven't approved anything. So we can do roofs if this board wants to do roofs. So I guess those are kind of my critiques, and I think we may need to go back to the drawing board on this.
I'm happy to do so. Summer actually asked it, and I drafted this memo addressing all of those questions. So I'm happy to, one, share it with everyone. She has a copy, as well as walk through the main points for why we think that a nonprofit administered model is what we recommend. So the first main point is risk management. So administering this pilot through a nonprofit partner with the home repair and renovation experience is lower risk and a more accountable model for OHA because it places the construction administration, contractor oversight, and compliance monitoring with an entity that already has established systems, from application processing, income verification, contractor procurement and management, data collection, and financial and legal compliance to administer a construction-focused program effectively and equitably, while OHA retains oversight through a formal contract, defined deliverables, and performance-based payments. Point two.
That's one way to do it. That's not
what?
the only way to do it. And I'm
No,
going to
for sure.
table this discussion because we have other items on our agenda. I'm giving you my feedback.
Okay.
I would like to see an alternative pathway for this board to recommend and approve if we're moving forward. And I think there's a mechanism for us to do that in-house. I want to put every penny in our beneficiaries' pockets. I don't want to spend money on indirect costs to third-party nonprofits unless it is absolutely necessary. We're not talking about a $5 million program. We're talking about a $250,000 program, $750,000 over its lifetime. So that's my feedback. I don't need a response.
Okay.
Trustees, do you have any other questions? All right, thank you.
Okay, mahalo.
We're going on to new business now, and we're going to have a presentation on the OHA Ad Hoc Committee on the Mauli Ola reassessment of its strategic plan. We're going to have a presentation to the Board of Trustees by Elena Fardin, which is our Senior Director of Strategy and Implementation. And we'll also give a chance for feedback and discussions from the trustees. So, Elena, we're excited to hear your presentation. We want to mahalo our Chair Ahuna, as well as our Vice Chair Alapo, who have been working with your team on this. And we're excited to see where this is going. So you're recognized.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, honored trustees. Before you, we have the Strategic Mauli Ola Plan Reassessment and recommendations from the Ad Hoc Committee. Next page, next slide, please. Next slide to the overview. Thank you. So our overview, our flow for today is going to ground us in the duties that was charged to the Ad Hoc Committee, what our deliverables were. We'll spend just a short time on what we found on the analysis, and the bulk of our time is going to focus on the recommendations. There's two sets, structural and programmatic. We'll have a brief matrix on the programmatic, but most of our time will be focused on the structural recommendations. We'll round out this journey in time for the BOT to have some dialogue and feedback for the ad hoc committee. Next slide, please. So why we reassess Mana'i Mauli Ola? It started with the ad hoc or BOT action item 25-09 in charging the ad hoc committee to conduct a retroactive 3-year check-in, provide preemptive guidance, and if necessary, course corrections in alignment with the BOT's governance and fiduciary duties. In that same action item, the ad hoc committee was charged 10 deliverables. We put them into an analysis and alignment with our final deliverable being an action item to the board that's going to be set for February 19th. Today's focus for the board is to hear the recommendations, provide some dialogue and feedback in time for the ad hoc committee to take that feedback into a final action item for your February 19th meeting. Next slide, please. So where we are currently within our strategic plan, we're about a third of a way within a 15-year strategic plan. Everything that you see in black text has either been implemented, in progress, or budget has been aligned to it. Everything that you see in red is either not implemented yet, but it is in the planning with the governance and fiduciary for the board, as well as in planning for administration. So just a little way of a third way through, and this is where we're at in doing our first assessment. Next slide, please. So here's what we did. The 10 deliverables charged the ad hoc committee, regrouped them into a scope of work in reflection and analysis. This is what we are learning about what happened. We did this with a SOAR analysis. I'll get a little bit into that in just a minute. Our stakeholder engagement, review and refine metrics, and our PESTEL analysis. In this analysis and reflection stage of our deliverables, we're looking at what are we learning about Mana'i Mauli Ola. The other part of the deliverables, we grouped into what we call alignment and response. This is our draft recommendations, how we facilitate workshop review, dashboard alignment, and finalizing the plan. This is how we take the learning of what we did, and now what are we doing with this learning? Where do the recommendations come from? So these findings inform our next steps in the second category. Next slide, please. So here's what we found in the analysis. The 4 analytical lenses confirm that MIMO's outcomes remain sound and aligned, while highlighting the need to strengthen governance, measurement, and implementation. So what does it mean? Structurally, it means the infrastructure of Mana'i Mauli Ola, the plan itself, is in a good place for where we are currently. Again, a third of the way into our plan. We're aligned with community priorities, we're culturally grounded in its design, but we're still flexible enough to change with conditions. At the same time, programmatically, there was emphasis on housing and economic stability priorities from the community. And in addition to that, a rise for increased programs or emphasis on EA, specifically self-governance and self-determination. Next slide, please. So the analysis and alignment that followed guided the questions, discussions, and directions for the ad hoc committee to provide its recommendations. Structure and programmatic are two different, so I want to make sure I make that distinction as we get into the recommendations. Structure refers to the bones. So if we're looking at a wayfinding metaphor, the very va'a itself is the structure. For an example, Hokulea is a deep sea voyaging vessel. It's made to cross vast oceans. At the same time, we have Kanehunamoku, also a voyaging vessel, but it is structured so that it is a learning, living classroom that allows students and community to learn wayfinding in coastal waters. Both are vessels, but they're structured for different voyages. What I want the board to keep in mind when they're looking at the reassessment is the va'a, the plan itself, built for that 15-year journey. When we think about programmatic in that same wayfinding metaphor, we're thinking about the va'a on its journey. How are it reacting to different currents, waves? Are we in the doldrums? How do we readjust? Those are programmatic, meaning are we rebuilding the va'a in the middle of the voyage, or are we adjusting the sails? Are we paddling? Are we readjusting our strategy? So those are the two buckets that we'll be presenting today for the board. Next slide, please. We'll spend most of our time on the reassessment recommendation. What I have here is a matrix on the structural recommendation from the committee. There are two options that came up for discussion from the committee. We have option A, which is to include AIA as a foundation and embed it within Strategy 4 Health Outcomes. The discussion also came up on option B. This is to include AIA as a fifth strategic direction and is not recommended at this time by the committee. What I've done here in this matrix is take both option A and option B and put them into a matrix of rationale. I won't go through all of them, but I want to call out 4 major areas of rationale themes that was discussed. So I'll walk you through it step by step. The first is stakeholder alignment. We're responding here and remaining flexible to the needs of our beneficiaries. This is what we're asking ourselves. For option A, it answers stakeholder responses while integrating AIA across all strategic directions. Option B could be interpreted by stakeholders that we're elevating AIA, that we're putting importance and significance to it if we make it a strategic direction. For scholarly alignment, the question that we're answering here is understanding the weight of our awamo kuleana in defining AIA. Who defines AIA? Does OHA define AIA? Does Lahui define AIA? Does AIA define AIA? What's the best position for OHA to carry this forward? So in option A, we are in alignment from our kupuna and our Native Hawaiian scholars in how they define AIA. Dr. John Osorio, Dr. Jamaica Osorio, KS Trustee Noelani Goodyear Kaupua, UH Professor Brian Kuwata all talk about AIA in this very broad sense. A quick quote from Jamaica Osorio, this is from the Mauna Kea syllabus. Quote, she says, AIA is a beautiful word. It can mean sovereignty, rule, and independence because in a Inuivi, articulation of sovereignty requires honoring the health and well-being of our people and lands. AIA can also mean life, air, breath. AIA also means to rise and to resurge. AIA is diverse. AIA is constantly expanding. AIA requires commitment. AIA is in praxis. Most of all, AIA is in the land. So with option A, we see alignment with AIA as a foundation. Option B can have some scholarly tension in that it confines AIA to a domain, like a strategic direction. And in its form, it's changing perhaps the definition as we know it. Skipping down to governance and fiduciary. Option A, AIA as a foundation, allows a seamless integration of AIA in both the structure and programmatic changes and updates. Whereas option B, putting AIA as a strategic direction, could require restructuring and staffing and budget allocation. So those are things to think through. And then finally, with the implications, next slide, please. And then finally, with the implications for leadership, the question that we're asking here is, what's the overall impact of these two options, option A and B, overlaid with the cadence of this triennial check-in, meaning, is this the right time right now for this? It doesn't mean not ever, but just right now at this moment. So bottom line for the BOT, I think in the framing, is option A emphasizes integration, continuity, shared ownership at this moment, right now, where we're at. And option B emphasizes visibility, institutional signaling, and future-facing sovereignty infrastructure. Neither one is wrong in principle, but the decision for the board is about the timing, the structure, and the governance discipline. Next slide, please. So now that we've gone through both options, what I would like to do is walk you through page by page, what does option A as a foundation, look like in the strategic plan page by page. So to help with this, we have some tactile things for you folks. I'm passing out these voting dots, so you each have one. And as we go page by page, this is just for your own helpful way. Oh, Trustee Souza, I'm going to pass you to help cluster and harvest your overall feedback. It doesn't override Chair's parliamentary procedure, but a green dot as we go through these changes indicates I'm ready to approve this as recommended. This is good to go to me. Yellow means I feel comfortable approving this with edits. And then red means this is not ready and needs more work. So please feel free to use these dots at your leisure. You can ignore the blue ones if you want. The blue ones can be, I'm confused, and I'll stop. Okay. Does everyone have? Okay. All right, next slide, please. All right, this is a quick matrix central on one page. It'll say what changes and what stays on Mauli Ola page by page. If you want, you can put your dots here. If you want, you can put your dots page by page. I just wanted to offer both. Next slide, please. I would include them where the page numbers are. So it's up to you how you're going to track them. All right. Did you folks get your? Oh, so sorry. If you're paperless, I will make time for questions after. You can still have dots if you like, Chair. Okay. So on page 1 for the strategic plan, what changes would be, obviously, in option A, we would be adding EA as a foundation. In that, it would be added after Aina, land and water, with comma and EA in quotation marks, or I'm sorry, parentheses, self-determination, sovereignty, breath, and life. We included all of the definitions in there. So that's what would change on page 1. Next slide, page 2. On page 2, what would stay are the 4 strategic directions. There will be no change there. Next slide, please. I'll slow down. Similar on page 2, what would change would be from our 3 foundations to now 4. Our 4 foundations that would include EA as a foundation. What you see there is in quotations, it's a proposed language. They would need to be write-up about EA, as well as working with either Nelson Makua or another artist in developing the kinolau or other mea kanu that would symbolize EA. So that would need to be added in page 2 of the strategic plan. Again, that would be page 2, what changes, and that would be from our 3 foundations to our 4 foundations. Next slide, please. On page 3, what would stay would be our mission, our vision, our roles. We felt this was clear enough. We can always add more clarity, but as it is stands, this would be unchanged. This would be page 3, our mission, our vision, our roles. Next slide. Going to page 4, what would stay the same would be educational pathways and the strategy 1 and strategy 2. There would be no change to the current strategic plan. Next slide, please. Page 4, what would change would be under health outcomes, specifically under strategy 4, in which the committee recommends to add EA within that strategy. Hence, a revised strategy 4 would read, advance policies, programs, and practices that strengthen the health of the Aina, Mo'omehiu, and EA. That would be a recommended change for page 4. Next slide. On page 5 of the strategic plan, what would stay the same would be quality housing and economic stability, as well as the strategic outcomes for those. No changes there. Next slide. Page 6 of the strategic plan, what would stay would be about the artwork, unless the board feels otherwise, that either the kinolau of EA or other artwork or other write-up of EA should be included. But otherwise, no changes there. Next slide. The programmatic changes I do want to touch upon, so that was also part of the discussion of the committee, is calling out 3 main items. This came up from our stakeholder engagement in checking through our analysis. Some of the emphasis that our stakeholders called out for was more programming or support or effort in quality housing, economic stability, and EA as it pertains to self-determination and self-governance. Other recommendations that are programmatic that came up from the working group is with our dashboard alignment and ongoing data governance, and either creating a MIMO data governance working group or committee going forward that would help understand and define what data governance looks like for us as we continue to collect data and progress and indicators on our strategic plan. Other focus areas are there to consider. One thing to call out might be the review cadence. Currently for the BOT, we have a 3-year review cadence of Mana'i Mauli Ola. There was some discussion with the committee on changing that to either 2 years to match the budget cycle or 4 years to match the budget cycle. But I will leave that for the BOT discussion. Next page. Next slide, please. So we are at the board decision point, and again, re-sharing the structural recommendations that we focused on and the programmatic recommendations. The question before us for the board is not whether AIA matters. It's very clear that it matters, it's important, but the question is whether evaluating if AIA as a 5th strategic direction strengthens the shared accountability and long-term impact, or whether it's better positioned in its current foundational condition for a long-term journey that we're on. Again, when we think about structural recommendations, we're thinking about the VA'a. Is it built and structured for the journey that we're on? When we think about programmatic recommendations, how are we adjusting to current conditions? An example of that would be the federal funding, what we're seeing in DEI, the lawsuit with KS, all of these external factors. So I leave that here for the board. I'm happy to take any questions on the structural or programmatic recommendations or analysis that the committee conducted.
Thank you, Elena, for the presentation. And that is a lot to digest. So I think we can definitely do a few questions, but we also have a pretty robust agenda, and I don't want to get too deep into this. I would actually like to encourage the team to maybe meet individually with trustees one-on-one or two-on-one, as well as also taking this out to the administrative staff at OHA as a whole for input, and maybe even out to our beneficiaries. This is a good preview, Elena, so I really appreciate your work and the work of our trustees that are working with you on this. But there's a lot here to digest on the fly. But we should, if you have a few questions, we can, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. But the Vice Chair did recognize his hand, so Vice Chair Souza.
Mauli Chair, Mauli Elena, and then Chair Ahuna of the Ad Hoc Committee. You know, I already used the blue sticker because I'm confused and I'm feeling blue as to why there's no changes in the housing section. So I brought it up to Chair already, Chair Ahuna, and I believe I talked to you about it in the past, Elena. A few questions from 2020 to 2024. I'm just going to reference those dates because I know we're going into 2026 already. But, you know, as for where are the reports on the strategic outcomes? If we're under review every 3 years, every 4 years, we're going to, I believe, was this the 6th year? So how do we know we met the strategic outcomes, right? And this goes not only for housing, it goes all the different areas. But for housing, for example, 5.1, 5.2, 3, 6.1, 2, 3. I like to see those numbers because if I see those numbers and it shows that we met these strategic outcomes, we potentially won't need changes. And therefore, that's what's before us here today. You know, one program that we do have measurable outcomes for, which we just started recently, would be the AHO program. We just met with Billy Piper and his team the other day, and they confirmed that there's 31 families who are able to purchase homes. So, for example, that's one area I feel that, hey, we met a certain outcome, right? And that places us in 5 point, anyway, one of the sections, right? And so at the end of the day, I think there should be changes. I don't feel just the $3 million support to DHHL because that goes actually to take care of revenue bonds. DHHL doesn't go to increase the number of housing DHHL is currently doing or purchase land to increase more housing for DHHL. And then again, that also takes care of only a certain number of our beneficiaries. So what are we actually doing for housing? To me, this last year, we've made a lot of progress in trying to come up with programs. I think we're very, very close to the down payment assistance program. So I think by next year, we'll have some measurable outcomes, and that can really affect this strategic plan. So I look forward to meeting with you, and again, I thank you for your hard work, and Chair Ahuna as well, and the team, and we'll talk soon. Mahalo. Thank you, Chair.
Can I answer? No, I just wanted to thank Trustee Souza for saying that. So we are in our 6th year of the 15-year plan. So it's, change is inevitable, especially in areas, and I'm glad we're touching on these areas. But great job, with the presentation. We all can have time to respond or make changes. However, it is a tight schedule, Chair, so I just want to make sure that, to go around and meet with everyone, I just hope we can meet these deadlines. So I just wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, and that's a great point you make. I think the board deferred to February 19th, board action on this, but it's so important that we get this right, because whatever the board adopts, it drives our budget, it drives internal organization, it drives an upcoming budget realignment that might be proposed. And so I think if we need a little bit more time it seems like the committee has come to a point where you have something to present. But I think doing it, and this is a good preview, but I think having one-on-one engagements with trustees and their staff and getting feedback in that environment, as well as other PIAs and the internal organization at OHA would be really, really important. And then maybe at least virtually or or potentially in person, having feedback from the community. I know that may delay the final adoption of this, but I do think that it's definitely worth it. Unlike, let's say, the previous subject we just talked about, which we're trying to move with speed because of the dire situations of some of our beneficiaries. This is so important. We're in the 6th of the 15th year, like you said, and I think it requires the right amount of time to do it.
And what Elena commented about, it's budgeting is part of all of this. So when we see the budgeting, it has to work on who governs all the money, how it works. How many strategic priorities do we have? Do we have 4? Do we have 5? How many PIAs do we have in OHA? Do we have 4? Do we have 5? So money has to be budgeted accordingly. And this is how we can see where we should be budgeting all this money. Now, we kind of have too many PIAs and then we only have 4 strategic priorities, that we don't know how to go, we're not governing this money. So this is so important on where we go from here. AR, we include it as a foundation into our strategic, for the 4 strategic priorities, but how we govern also, to me, is something that that's to me is our job. We talk about programmatic and structural, Kane Hunamoku versus Hukulea, this is 2 different canoes, and what are we being tasked or asked of right now? And I think for us, we got to update this strategic planning analysis, and we need to make sure that we can make the right changes, that's all, and how we budget. Aloha.
I will provide one bit of feedback in terms, because you focus specifically on the AR component and gave the board several options to consider for that. I don't know if I agree with option A and nesting AR in healthcare. And the reason being is, if you take the opportunity and time to go back to 1977 and read the committee reports from the Hawaiian Affairs Committee at the CONCON, the vision for this entity was to reestablish the Native Hawaiian governing entity. That was the vision of that committee, to advance self-determination, to advance sovereignty and AI. That was a big part of the CONCON. the convention delegates envisioned the dissolving of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. And OHA would take on the 200,000 acres of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. And you wouldn't have DHHL. That's what they envisioned. So we got to go back to the founders and what they envisioned. Frenchie DeSoto, Governor Waihee, and others there at the time, and read what their thoughts were. Whether that translated into what the legislature legislated in 79 and 1980, we know they didn't legislate and create into statute the true intent of what OHA was supposed to be. AR was a big part of it. And to not dedicate deliberate strategic initiatives and funding and a vision for the true self-determination of the Native Hawaiian people, I think would be a mistake to not to have that in our strategic plan. So I'm not, I don't know. And that's why I think like sitting down together and having this conversation would be really important. We should all, every person here at OHA should take the time to go to the LRB website, pull up the Constitutional Convention documents from 1977 and read the committee reports. It is enlightening to see what those that came before us envisioned for this organization. And that's what this board should continue to aspire and strive for. Chair Emerita.
I just want to share that I believe everything you're saying, but I didn't review that. However, when the Akaka bill was in Congress, the most common comments I heard from our people was that how can we have a government without our lands? And they were not willing to give us our lands. That's why it died when it did, because we didn't have any guts to the Akaka bill.
Yeah,
Just saying that.
There's no doubt that politics has dramatically changed since the late 1970s. There is no doubt that Rice versus Cayetano, in my personal opinion, was one of the most devastating things that ever happened to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. The ability for Native Hawaiians to elect their representatives to control their own assets. That's my personal opinion. But that is a decision that was rendered by the United States Supreme Court. We have to deal with that. But I think we have to continue to pursue what the founders envisioned for this organization, this entity. And I think AL has to be a major part of OHA. So more to come, I guess.
Separately?
I mean, we can continue the discussion, but I would like to have it here.
Just
Trustee
one
Galtieri?
second. I just wanted to say, EA is in everything we do. It's what we're all about. Thank you for using the va as a metaphor or to follow, because if you're out there, every day is different. You use the conditions in front of you to make your decisions. So we don't know what it's going to be like tomorrow. Maybe we can read the tea leaves, but we're in the canoe today. We're dealing with the conditions of today. EA is a guiding star. So to that degree, you know, I've just talked to you, so we don't need to talk story. But, okay, so I just want to share that. Not a question, more of a comment.
I think this is a fantastic exercise we're doing. I think it's the right time in this 15-year strategic plan. It's so important with everything going on today, especially with our other LEE trusts. And we really should take the time to get this right. And if you need more time, we'll give you that. We as trustees owe you the time that when you reach out to meet with us, we do that in a prudent, in a timely manner. And you have my commitment for that, Elena and Chair Ahuna and Alapa, because I want to be able to give you at least my own feedback as one of the members of this board.
Just point of clarification, Chair, in offering more time to meet with the trustees one-on-one prior to the February 19th deadline, or is it more time beyond the February 19th deadline to do the due diligence, which I think is important, to meet with each trustee one-on-one, as well as our internal staff and potentially key partners? Is the extension of time meaning we have more time beyond February 19th as a committee?
I mean, I'm happy to bring that. I believe we did that as an action item and we set specific dates, so we can, I think there may be a sense of the board to agendize deferring that timeline and moving it to the right a little bit, to giving you more time. And I think there's a compelling case for it, so. I'll
Mahalo,
plan for
Chair.
that.
Mahalo, Chair. That is also AIA in action, being able to move that with self-governance. And I also agree with you wholeheartedly on the foundation documents. I would also encourage the trustees prior to us meeting to also read through David Kahalemaile's speech on AIA 1871, and also referring to our Ali'i Kamehameha III 1843 on AIA. And I'll go ahead and make those appointments. Thank you so much.
All right, good. All right, great. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, excellent.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege. Really quick, I just want to thank, again, mahalo the committee, Trustee Ahuna and his team, Anuhea and Yvonne, Trustee Alapa and her team, Pohai and Summer. We also have Kale Hannes, Lena Alale, the advocacy team, Carla and Keith, research and evaluation team, SNI, and of course, Bill Brennan and his communications team.
Awesome.
Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on to our board business. We have the Committee on Beneficiary Advocacy and Empowerment and the matrices that were approved in committee. Hua, do we have anyone sign up to testify on our next agenda item, which is a BAE waiver request?
No one is signed up.
Okay, then the chair would recognize Chair Galutaria of the BAE committee for that action item. Make the motion? Okay. So we do need to waive from committee to the board the approval of these matrices. And so the chair will make a motion to request for approval to waive House Bill 2231, Matrix 2, Senate Bill 3085, Matrix 3, House Bill 2218, Matrix 4, and House Bill 1754, Matrix 8, from the Committee on Beneficiary Advocacy and Empowerment to the Board of Trustees pursuant to the Office of Foreign Affairs Board of Trustee bylaws. These highlighted bills were not included on the February 4th, 2026 BAE meeting agenda, but are being submitted by the administration to the Board of Trustees for a bill position approval. So we have a motion on the table. Do you have any discussion on waiving direct to the board? Okay, hearing none, let's have a roll call vote.
Trustee Ahuna?
Aye.
Trustee Akaka? Aye. Trustee Akina?
Aye.
Trustee Alapa? Trustee Galutaria?
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay? Aye. Trustee Souza?
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e?
Yes.
Chair Kahele?
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay, so we're gonna move to agenda item 3B2, the 2026 OHA Legislative Bill Package Matrix 1. Before I recognize the chair, do we have anyone sign up to speak on this?
No one is signed up to speak on this item.
Okay, Chair Galutaria.
Thank you, Chair. Your Committee on Beneficiary Advocacy and Empowerment, having met on February 4th, 2026, after full and free discussion, recommends approval of the following motions to the board, and Chair has been advised to combine each motion into one action item. So there's 9 motions that I'll be putting forth.
Okay.
Motion to approve OHA's staff bill position recommendations for the 2026 State Legislative Bill Package Matrix 1. Motion to approve OHA's staff bill position recommendations for bills as amended to include items that have been waived, Matrix 2. That's HB 1917, relating to the Public Land Trust Working Group. We're changing from support with amendments to support. HB 2238, relating to public financing of elections, changing from monitor to comment. HB 2438, relating to the Hawaii Cultural Trust, change from comment to support. The next motion is to approve OHA's staff position recommendation for bills as amended to include items that have been waived, Matrix 3. The next motion is to approve OHA's staff bill positions recommendation for the 2026 bills affecting Native Hawaiian bills as amended to include items that have been waived, HB 2424, related to land use, change from opposed to monitor, SB 3238 relating to air pollution, change from support to monitor, SB 2402, HB 2205, relating to emergency erosion mitigation, change from oppose to comment. The next motion is to approve the staff's bill recommendations for the 2026 bills affecting Native Hawaiian housing, Matrix 5. The next motion is to approve the bill positions recommendations for bills affecting Native Hawaiian health, Matrix 6. The next motion is to approve the staff's position recommendations for the 2026 bills affecting Native Hawaiian education, Matrix 7. The next motion is to approve the recommendations for the bills affecting Native Hawaiian economic stability as amended to include items that have been waived. That's Matrix 8. And finally, the final motion is to approve bill position recommendations for bills affecting Native Hawaiian revised statutes, Chapter 6E, related to iwi kupuna and historic preservation, Matrix 9.
Okay, thank you, Chair Galataria. We're going to take up each one of these matrices and vote on each one of these independently. Chair recognizes Trustee Akina for a bifurcation on Matrix 1.
Thank you. Shall I make that motion?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I move for bifurcation of HB 2105/SB 2539 to be voted on individually.
Okay. We have a discussion on that to bifurcate HB 2105 and SB 2539
Yes.
from the Matrix 1. Any discussion? Okay, let's do a roll call vote on that. Lehua?
Okay, hold on. Trustee Ahuna?
Aye.
Trustee Akaka? Trustee Akina?
Abstain.
Trustee Alapa? Trustee Galutaria?
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay? Yes. Thank you. Trustee Souza?
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e?
Yes.
Chair Kahele?
Aye.
You have 8 yes votes and 1 abstention.
Okay, just so we're clear, that was to bifurcate the two bills from Matrix 1. You wanted to abstain on that?
Chair, I made a mistake.
Okay.
I thought we were voting on the matter.
No, we're voting on your motion.
If you allow.
Sure.
I would vote yes.
Okay, that's what we thought. Correct the record on that Trustee Aquino voted yes.
Okay,
On the
correction
bifurcation.
made, 9 yes votes.
Correct.
So, Chair, in as much as we all voted unanimously for the rest of the motions, I would think that we can vote the same way for all of them. One roll call.
But we would do 2 votes. We would do that and then we would do the bifurcated
Yeah.
votes. And just make sure, is that okay?
Well, they were presented as all separate motions, so to clear up the record, no, today, they were presented as all separate motions. To clear up the record, Chair Merida can move to combine the remaining amount.
Let's do that. Okay,
And then we'll do that.
yeah. You want to make a motion? Is that okay? Yeah, yep.
Yeah, we got to vote on the bifurcated
Okay, so
one.
let's do that. Let's, we'll make a motion, the chair makes a motion to approve Matrix 1, specifically the now bifurcated 2 pieces of legislation, House Bill 2105 and Senate Bill 2539. Trustees, any discussion? Roll call.
Trustee Ahuna? Trustee Akaka? Trustee Akina?
Abstain.
Trustee Alapa? Trustee Galutaria?
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay?
Aye.
Trustee Souza? Trustee Waihe'e?
Yes.
And Chair Kahele?
Aye.
You have 8 yes votes and 1 abstention.
If we're gonna take them all one time. Yeah, but we gotta deal with after we're then gonna approve, then we'll need a separate motion after you guys do the, combine them. Vote on the combined ones, and then you have to approve the ones that waived in.
Oh, yeah.
So that's
The
a
new ones,
separate,
yeah.
so you got 3 motions in a row.
Yeah.
You're gonna do, Chair Merida's motion right now to combine
Okay.
the
the 9 motions, the remaining motions. And then after that, we're gonna do the
Okay.
motions on the way in.
Chair Merida.
Yes, so Chair, I'd like to move that we approve the remainder of the motions that were made at our BAE meeting yesterday, in as much as we unanimously approved it. So move.
Okay. So this would be, as Chair Galatera read into the record, matrices 1 through 9, what the board approved yesterday, exclusive of what we bifurcated, and also exclusive of what we waived in today. Okay. Trustees, discussion on that? Roll call.
Trustee Ahuna,
Aye.
Trustee Akaka,
Aye.
Trustee Akina,
Aye.
Trustee Alapa, Trustee Galuteria, Trustee Lindsay, Trustee Souza, Trustee Waihe'e,
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay. Chair Galateri, you want to identify I read it in the motion, but is it required for him to read into the motion the waived in items that we're gonna now vote on? Okay. Okay. Chair Galateri, you prepared to do each one? Okay. Chair recognizes Chair Galateri for the first motion.
Thank you. Okay, Chair, I'd like to request that we approve the waived HB 2231 from Matrix 2. And we're going to take each one separately?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, a request for approval to waive HB 2231, Matrix 2.
Yeah, we're not asking to waive, Chair. We're just, it's already waived, so we're just asking for final approval for the board.
Okay. Request for approval to, approval of HB 2231, Matrix 2.
Yes. Our position. The position of the full board.
You want me to
Excuse me, so
include that
sorry,
in the
Chair.
motion?
Yeah,
Include that in the motion.
okay. I understand that administration needs to give the recommended position on those bills as well from Everett, so I can just very quickly go over that.
Yeah,
as
we're
well
gonna do
into the
each
record.
one first
Okay,
in
all right.
order, and then, so he read it, it's on the table.
Okay, thanks.
Now we'll recognize you to explain
Okay,
the
so sorry.
position for the board. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Deja, you're recognized.
Okay, so for Matrix 2, Item 9, Bill HB 2231, the administration's recommending a position of comment. For Matrix 3, Item number 9, Bill, oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. If there's any comments or amendments or whatever the intent is for that position, if you can just elaborate as to what that is.
Why don't you give us just a very brief overview?
HB 2231 is a bill that Rep. Poi Poi introduced about changing how IBCs are nominated. The idea is that OHA would take on the kuleana of that. We're recommending comment because of it includes the responsibility for the large landowner seats, and we just don't feel we're appropriately situated for that.
Trustee Ahuna,
Aye.
Trustee Akaka,
Aye.
Trustee Akina,
Aye.
Trustee Alapa, Trustee Galuteria,
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay, Trustee Souza, Trustee Waihe'e,
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay, Chair Galatera.
Thank you, Chair. Request for approval for SB 3085's new position, Matrix 3.
Okay, Deja.
Yes, so that is SB 3085, Matrix 3, item number 9. This is a similar bill that we discussed in the BAE yesterday, which is talking about some exemptions from Chapter 171. We don't see anything that we're particularly upset about, except it is a very broad exemption. So we want to comment about making sure that is narrowly tailored.
Trustee Akaka?
Yes, and I appreciate Deja mentioning that in reference to yesterday. And when it comes to what's considered public lands and what oftentimes are, most of the times are Crown and government lands of Hawaiian Kingdom, it's always important that the Office of Hawaiian Affairs is consulted and a part of the decision making. And it's not mentioned the Office of Hawaiian Affairs in here. And then when we had touched on yesterday to determine whether these specific parcels of area that we're talking about that they're referring to, whether that is considered Crown and government lands, that is something that is still not fully understood yet. And that is my understanding, right?
Yeah, the bill is very broad, so it's difficult for us to determine at this time. So we're going to be commenting and then watching how that goes. So thank you,
Mahalo.
trustee.
So Deja, this bill, like was discussed yesterday, is exemptions to dispositions of land as it would relate to DBED and the film industry. Is that correct? But the dispositions, so the transfer of land from DLNR to DBED for the purposes of film studios or other uses, is that what this is?
So my understanding is a specific film studio that already has a MOU with BLNR. So some of
The
it
Diamond
is,
Head area.
yeah, that area. So I'm so sorry. That's kind of my understanding. The bill is actually very broadly drafted, and so we're trying to. That's why we have a comment there. So we've been in discussions, and I know that our chief advocate is going to be meeting with the BLNR as well to review this.
Yeah, I mean, it adds in this language about land set aside for filming and film studio operation, right? That's the one underlined part of statute, chapter 171. Not going in front of the Board of Land and Natural Resources for approval. Yeah, so I think comment is probably a good position now, and we'll just keep it out and see if it gets amended in committee. Okay. Trustees, any more discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna,
Aye.
Trustee Akaka,
Aye.
Trustee Akina,
Aye.
Trustee Alapa, Trustee Galuteria,
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay, Trustee Souza, Trustee Waihe'e,
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay, Chair Galutera.
Thank you, Chair. Request for approval to waive and find a position for HB 2218 Matrix 4.
It's not for the waiver, it's for the voting
Yes,
on
it's for
the
approval.
approval.
Yeah,
Oh, you did. Okay.
request for approval.
Yeah, it's for final approval.
Thank you.
Okay, Deja.
Yes, so this bill is a bill coming out from the Kua'aina o Mo'o folks, Kevin Chang. This is their community-based management bill. They already have one that we've supported, and this is another one we would like to support. The only difference is they change whether something's INA-based or place-based community management. That's the only change in the bill, different from theirs. So we're recommending support. Mahalo.
Yeah. The speaker is the introducer of this bill, and probably with Kauai and Haena, I can see where this is coming from. Trustees, any other questions? Okay, hearing none, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna,
Aye.
Trustee Akaka, Trustee Akina,
Aye.
Trustee Alapa, Trustee Galuteria,
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay, Trustee Souza, Trustee Waihe'e,
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay, Chair Galutera for the last one.
Thank you, Chair. Request for approval of the board position on HB 1754 Matrix 8.
Deja.
Mahalo, this is for the GET exemption bill. This is similar but a better tailored one than the one we presented to the BAE on January 28th, and so we're recommending a support of this one at this time. Mahalo.
Trustees, any discussion? You know, the discussion of exempting the GE tax from food and groceries and things that everyone needs to survive is been talked about ad nauseum in this state for several years, including exempting medications from sales tax, feminine products from sales tax. Other states have done this and do this currently right now. And so I think this is something that, you know, is good for discussion, and the position is.
Support, we're recommending support.
Okay.
Yeah.
Deja, has it been referred yet to what committees?
I'm so sorry, I did not have that in front of me
Okay,
right
that's
now. I'm sorry about that.
It's a triple referral.
Yeah.
Economic development, HLT, keep changing the names there.
Yeah, Health and Human Services.
Health and Human Services and Finance, obviously, because it's finance related. So it does have a triple referral, which triple referrals need public notices by Friday, if you're lucky.
Yeah, so it may be not moving, but that's okay.
So would it be our intent, like for something like this, where the board has taken a position to convey that to the committee chair? Representative Gregor Ilagan is the chair of the ECD committee. Is that something we'd be reaching out to him today to let him know that OHA supports and potentially request a hearing?
Yes, we can certainly do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, if Rep. Ilagan is listening, we'd like you to schedule a bill for a hearing. Roll call.
Trustee Ahuna. Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Give 1 second. We have one admin piece just to clean up from board council.
I wanted to combine them, but you guys voted to vote on the combined versus voting to combine first. So we're just gonna withdraw your 9, and Chair Merida's motion is gonna be the one that sits along with Trustee Aquino's.
Okay, so I'll just ask for.
Ask Chair to withdraw, yeah.
Chair, I'd like to request the withdrawing the earlier motions that I put forth in front of the board.
Okay, Chair accepts that. Thank you, Chair Galatera. And thank you so much for the BA committee and our advocacy team, hard at work this legislative session. Okay, we are moving on to the next item on our agenda is the Committee on Budget and Finance, action item 2601 for final approval. Before recognizing Chair Waihe'e Lehua, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this item?
No one is signed up to speak on this item.
Okay, then the chair now recognizes the Budget and Finance Chair, Chair Waihe'e.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
can
Go
you
ahead,
guys hear me?
Trustee Wai. Yeah, well, we can hear you loud and clear.
I don't have the motion with me. Wait, let me see.
Yeah,
I
if you want,
moved
your
to-
vice chair can read it, or unless you're, but go ahead,
All right,
Trustee
okay.
Waihe'e. Looks like you got it. Go ahead.
I'd like to move to approve $500,000, a $500,000 budget for the permitted interaction group established by BOT Resolution Action Item Number 2518 on December 18th, 2025, for the purposes of negotiating the official position of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs regarding U.S. military land leases scheduled to expire between 2028 and 2031 with the United States Army, United States Air Force, United States Navy, and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration.
All right, thank you, Trustee Waihe'e. We have a motion on the table. Trustees, discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Trustee Aquino.
I will be voting no, but I do want to simply state that my reasons were stated on February the 4th in the Budget and Finance Committee out of respect for those who may not have been present. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Aquino. Trustees, any more discussion? Chair Merida?
I just want to share that I will be voting no, and it's based on my testimony last week. Thank you.
Chair. Yeah. Any more discussion, trustees? Roll call.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
She voted aye.
Oh, sorry. Trustee Akina.
Ole.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 7 yes votes and 2 aole.
Okay, thank you, trustees. And next, we're gonna go to action item BF 2602. These are several of the Ho'akokoa sponsorships. And I'll recognize Chair Waihe'e for the
Thank you,
action.
Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move to approve OHA's funding for Ho'akokoa Lahui Event Sponsorships Awards for the following organizations and events for fiscal year 2025 to 2026, quarter 4, batch 1.
Okay, we have a motion on the table, and let me take a quick recess. and we'll-
Chair, inasmuch as we voted the same way with these Ho'akokoa, it was taken all collectively, and we all unanimously approved it.
Okay, thank you. Trustee
Mahalo,
Akaka?
I'm seeing letters A through N for the various entities, and I want to make sure we have this correct. So what it was where there was one that was not, it was the Lēni Ihau Hawaiian Historical Society that was not voted on as their event time. Table has changed, so that would not be included in the vote.
Right.
As it was not yesterday, if I have that correct.
Yeah.
Yes, well, it's
Yes,
on the
yes.
agenda as letter
L.
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 Yes, the Hawaiian Historical Society, Lēni Ihau, and Ihau is Garland. And my understanding,
L.
as it was expressed yesterday by administration, the reason being that the event time has changed, so that's no longer falling within that quarter of the, what is budgeted for in terms of sponsorships.
So do we have to amend?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion to bifurcate. I just want to clarify first with one.
That's
So I'm gonna
correct.
take a quick recess so I can talk to Chantel. Okay, we'd like to reconvene the Board of Trustees meeting. And so the chair has a amendment to the motion from the Budget and Finance Chair. The amendment is to bifurcate 3 Ho'akoa'koa event sponsorships to the next board meeting. The first one would be the Hanai Kaia'ulu Maku'u Cardboard to Soil Festival, the Boys and Girls Club of Hawaii Island, Project Hope, and the Purple Maya Foundation Hawaii Cooperative Hui Gathering. The amendment is to bifurcate those 3 to the next board meeting. So I have a motion and now we have a discussion.
I think you should add the Hawaiian Historical Society, which we didn't vote on.
I was going to, but I was made known that that actually was deferred yesterday. Yeah. So the motion is to bifurcate. Trustees, discussion? Okay, the reasoning to bifurcate is so that we can get a little bit more further information from the team in the scoring and evaluation, and also some information back from the applicant of questions that were raised during testimony and after. And so we want to give them the time to bring those back. These events are
Scheduled for April.
scheduled for April, so we got time. Everything else can move forward today, and these 3 will come back before the board. The grants team just needs, the 2-week timeline to bring those things back. And rather than just report back on them here at the board, actually can provide updated documents so that trustees have time to review those things before taking final action. Trustee Wahe'e, are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay, so let's vote on the bifurcation of those 3 sponsorships. Roll call.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza. Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay, then the chair would like to make a motion for final approval of these Ho'akoa'koa Hui event sponsorships to the Ho'oma'a Foundation, the Imi Ola Canoe Club, the Hawaii Opera Theater, the Institute for Native Pacific Education and Culture, In Peace, the Avili Organization, Naleo Kako'o o Ko'olauloa, 4 Strings at a Time, Hawaii Community Assets, Napu'uwai, the Native Hawaiian Healthcare System, and the Palehua Conservation Initiative. Questions, trustees? Final vote, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza. Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Trustee Wahe'e, Chair Wahe'e, and our grants team. We're now moving on to the Committee on Investment and Land Management. We have 2 action items. Do we have any testifiers on these items? Lehua.
No one is signed up on these items.
Okay, Chair Souza.
Well, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, your Committee on Investment and Land Management, having met on February 4th, 2026, and after full and free discussion, recommends approval of the following action items to the Board of Trustees. Number 1, action item ILM 26-01. I move to approve for OHA administration to pursue a joint venture partner for development of lots A, B, C, D1, D2, E, F, G, and K within Kakaako Makai, Oahu. TMK numbers 121-058-129, 121-058-130, 121-058-048, 121-060-027, 121-058-006, and 121-060-026, and 121-060-028.
All right, thank you, Chair Souza. Trustees, any discussion on final approval of this action item? Hearing none, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna. Trustee Akaka. Trustee Akina. Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galuteria. Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay, Chair Souza.
Madam Mr. Chair, also move to approve action item ILM 26-02. Now, this is the approval of the use of limited liability companies, LLCs, for lands owned in fee by the Office of Foreign Affairs.
All right, thank you, Trustee Souza. Trustees, any discussion on final approval of this action item? Okay, hearing none, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Trustee Alapa. Yes. Trustee Galuteria. Trustee Lindsay.
Aye.
Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes.
Okay, thank you, and mahalo, Chair Souza, for your work on and your staff's work on the ILM committee, as well as Paul and Linda, the team there, okay? All right, our next item on our agenda is to go into executive session. Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Anyone signed up to testify on executive session?
No one is signed up to speak on going into executive session.
Okay, we have 2 items to discuss in executive session. We will vote on that. We'll take a quick recess, reconvene at 11:30, and then go into executive session. Roll call in executive session.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes. We'll be moving into executive session.
Okay, trustees, let's convene in executive session in 12 minutes at 11:30. when you're ready, Lehua. Oh, okay. Okay, we're reconvening the meeting of the Board of Trustees for the Office of Foreign Affairs. The chair would like to report out that in executive session, we received consultation from our legal counsel concerning the board's powers, duties, privileges, and immunities and liabilities related to alleged contractual claims and demands of a former OHA contractor. We received a briefing and from our legal team on that, and we took no action. The chair would like to now recognize Trustee Souza for a motion for the board concerning item B that the board covered in executive session,
Well, Mr. Chair.
which received information on the agendized item B that was placed before the board.
Well, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like the motion to authorize administration to enter into a confidentiality or non-disclosure agreement as necessary. Request and receive non-public financial, operational, and other due diligence information and direct preliminary financial, strategic, and evaluation analysis for the limited purpose of assessing the feasibility and potential trust benefit of an acquisition opportunity involving all assets and real property controlled by a production and/or broadcast company serving the Hawaii market, with the understanding that no commitment or authorization to acquire any asset or entity is granted by this action.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Souza, for the motion. We have a motion on the table. Trustees, discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna has left the meeting. Trustee Akaka. Trustee Akina.
Ole.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galutaria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay has left the meeting. Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e.
No.
And Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 2 ole and 5 yes votes.
Okay, thank you. The motion is adopted. We're now moving to community concerns and celebrations. Do we have anyone sign up to speak on community concerns and celebrations?
No one is signed up to speak.
Okay, trustees, do we have any announcements to make? Chair has one announcement, but trustees, any other announcements? Okay, the chair would like to announce that the Native Hawaiian Caucus Day, which is at the Hawaii State Legislature, is scheduled for next Friday, February 13th, 2026, at the state capitol. And we'd like to invite our lahui, our beneficiaries, and members of the community and public to come out to Native Hawaiian Caucus Day. There'll be multiple Native Hawaiian serving organizations that will participate in this, as well as the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. And we'd like to invite the community to come out for Native Hawaiian Caucus Day. Any other announcements? Yes, Trustee Akaka.
Just to highlight that on February 9th, 1826 was the birth of our beloved Princess Ruth Kealikolani, and it will, on February 9th, it will mark her 200th birthday. And so that's something to celebrate, and also to note that it is because of Princess Ruth and those that provided the lands to her through time that we have what we have through what was formerly referred to as Bishop Estate and now Kamehameha Schools. And it's always important to highlight her many contributions to our Hawaiian people and her truly highlighting the importance of upkeeping our Olelo Makuahine and in speaking our Hawaiian language.
Thank you, Trustee Akaka, for that. I'd also like to announce that next week, Saturday, February 14th, is we have a couple significant events that OHA is sponsoring. One of them is our La Kukui that is here at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, being led by our senior advisor on Native Hawaiian and Cultural Affairs, Lāma Fardin. And so we'd like to welcome the community out to Lā Kukui Day. Of course, it's Valentine's Day as well, so happy Valentine's Day for everyone. And then in Hilo, we have Pulama Mauli Ola, being led by Ke Kulau Navahio Kalani Opu'u, and that will be happening in Hilo as well. Chair Galutera, when is our next BAE meeting? Are we up next week? Next week. So Wednesday, February 11th. BAE will be convening at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock to stay engaged in our legislative session. Anyone else? All right. Trustee Galutera.
I'm pleased to announce that probably coming up on the 25th of this month, we're going to start kupuna programming, lei making, lauhala weaving, yoga, tai chi. It's going to be outside in the foyer in front of our C-suite. And so we're going to be welcoming kupuna to the property, well, at least once a week for this programming. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, we'd just like to mahalo everyone, our hardworking staff and administration that helped prepare us for today's meeting. Great work, trustees, a lot of robust conversations and incredible opportunities on the horizon for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Can we get a motion to adjourn? So moved, Chair. Trustees, questions on the motion to adjourn? Discussion? Okay, hearing none. Roll call.
Trustee Ahuna has left the meeting. Trustee Akaka? Aye. Trustee Akina? Aye. Trustee Alapa? Yes. Trustee Galuteria?
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay left the meeting. Trustee Souza?
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e?
Yes.
And Chair Kahele?
Aye.
You have 7 yes votes. We are adjourned.